clock are you using? Got 1 minute.
I don't know. 1 minute. It's like somebody needs to reset the clock. That's
And we're live.
Okay. It is 6:30 p.m. on Monday, June 17th, 2024. And I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Sturgis Common Council. Our first action item is approval of the agenda. Is there a motion on the agenda?
move to approve the agenda.
Second.
That's a first by Kevin and a second by Jim to approve the agenda. Any questions, discussion about the agenda? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Those opposed with a no. Okay, we have an agenda. If we could all please stand and remove cover for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, up next we have announcements and praise. And first, I would like to take a moment to praise our Heavenly Father. And if you would like to join in, please do so. Holy Father, we praise you, we adore you, because you are good all the time. You hate the works of evildoers and of those who speak falsehood. But we thank you for being a merciful God, as we are so in need of your mercy. Help us to imitate your Son in the way that he offered no resistance and died even for those who killed him. Please continue to be our source of grace whenever we encounter injustice or evil. Send your Spirit to guide us. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Come, Holy Spirit. Amen. And for announcements, I have a few things. First up, we have a holiday this week. This Wednesday is the Juneteenth holiday, so that's June 19th. Our city offices will be closed. So there will be no trash pickup on Wednesday, which would make Thursday a double trash pickup day. Also, we have the 4th of July holiday coming up, where city offices will also be closed. And those closures do include the rubble site, the library, and the community center. And then just a reminder about our upcoming council meetings. There will be 3 council meetings in July. So those will be July 1st and 15th for the regular scheduled meetings. And then Monday, July 29th, will actually take the place of the first meeting in August. So then in August, there will only be 1 council meeting, and that will be August 19th. And of course, that's all due to a rally. Also, I have, if you're looking for something to do on Saturday, the Camaro rally will be going on, and Saturday is the show and shine. But because of that, Main Street will be closed. It'll be closed to regular traffic, so please make sure to get any vehicles off of Main Street by 2 a.m. Saturday morning. Otherwise, it will be towed. So that is all that I have for announcements and praise. Does anyone on council have any announcements or praise? Go Go ahead, Jim.
In Ward 3, I've started to have meetings each month with individuals in our ward, and Wednesday, the 19th, will be the next meeting, and I've invited homeowners that want to invite their neighbors to come, and we'll just talk about city business or ask questions, and I'd say the same thing then for people who are listening throughout the course of my term. I hope to do that every month, and so if somebody is interested in hosting you can make it coffee and cookies, but just a chance to talk about city business. If people have questions, that would be a way to do it, and we'll do that again on the 19th. And I've asked the chief if he would send a member of his staff over to meet, so we can hope to have other staff members be able to come sometime to meet the public. So,
And how do people find out where you'll be?
well,
Wednesday?
it won't be public necessarily. It'll be by invitation of the homeowner. But if people are interested in hosting one of those over time, they can probably call city offices as easily and just get my number.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Jim.
Mayor,
Sure, Kevin.
it's the last weekend in June is I think it's the 16th annual Black Hills 100, a 100-mile trail race. Brings people from international platform to Sturgis to test their mettle on our wonderful Centennial Trail. So there will be a lot of people in town that weekend from all over the place chasing their runners around.
Awesome. Thanks for that reminder, too. Anybody else? Anybody from the public with any announcements or praise? Come on up.
Hello, my name's
Hello.
Keith Ball. Would you like me to sit or?
Sure. So could you use the microphone just so people watching online can hear you? Thank you.
My name's Keith Ball. I'm with the Sturgis Motorcycle Museum, and I'm just here to tell you that I'm going to try to come to these meetings at least once a month. If you have any questions about the museum or the museum activities, feel free to ask me, or if there's something you would like me to bring up to the board, feel free. We are working on trying to expand the museum. We've created sort of a 5-year plan, and actually we should have RFP information here even tomorrow because of the board's meeting tomorrow. And then, of course, we'll be sharing that with the city and getting everybody's input, and so we make sure we do it right.
Awesome.
So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ball.
You bet.
Yes, absolutely, Deb. A lot of announcements today.
So the Arts Council is doing their summer play. You're in Town starts on Thursday, Friday, Saturday at 7 p.m. at the community center, and then Sunday at 2. And then the Music on Main, of course, on Wednesday. And then the Northern Hills Band will be here again on Sunday night. So that starts at 7 also, and that's at the Rally Point. So those were a couple more community activities.
There's a lot going on. Thank you, Deb. All right. So not hearing anything else. Guess we will move on. That brings us to our non-agenda matters that may come before council. So in this section, we invite the public to come forward with any non-agenda related matters. And please just understand that nothing brought forward in this section will be acted upon this evening. If you'd like to address the council, please come to the front, state your name and whether or not you are a resident of Sturgis. And please keep your comments respectful and under 3 minutes. Thank you. Hello.
Hello. You're all in trouble. Madam Mayor, Councilman, Brandon Bennett, Meade County News. This is self-serving, but I was going to mention that when people are here at the dais and they tend to kind of lean back or not get to the mics, it's really hard to record them. and I imagine it's probably hard for the public to hear it on the stream. Having been in TV news, this is a unidirectional mic, which means you pretty much have to eat it to be heard. I would respectfully suggest you get omnidirectional mics, because they don't have to be right there close. They don't have to be, they can be like this, and it'll pick up very well. It's just an example. Last week when you had those gentlemen from the industrial park, one of the guys was there and he leaned back like this to talk to you. That doesn't do me any good.
Sure.
I'm not really kind of close. It's just really hard to pick up my recorder. So just a suggestion, madam.
Thank you. I know it is kind of hard to hear people, and no one really wants to eat these microphones, so it does get tricky. Yes. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Brandon. Did anyone from council have anything? Or anyone else from the public with any non-agenda related matters? Okay. I guess we will move on. We have onto item 6, which is the mayor's report. It looks like on this, we just have a whole lot of payroll. So I believe we have Lisa coming up for all this payroll.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight you have a lifeguard that is just a part-time position over at the community center, as well as several, or I guess 2 seasonal umpires for our softball season rec league, and then quite a few PRN or part-time ambulance hires. And I think that's the bulk of it. One is a payroll correction for Maxwell Hanna. I had that incorrectly listed on the payroll resolution at the beginning of the year.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Lisa about any of the payroll? Okay, thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Right. That brings us to item 7, which is the consent agenda. Is there, or are there any items that anyone on council would like to see removed for discussion? Are there any items that anyone from the public would like to see removed for discussion? Okay, not hearing anything. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
A move to approve?
Okay, that is a first by Nick to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
That's a second by Tony. Any discussion? Looks like there was some minutes, waiving of some fees, some leasing, setting public hearings. Anyone from the public have any questions on the consent agenda? Okay, all those,
I had someone ask me, having listened to the meetings, what constitutes the consent calendar and why would they not be discussion here? Is there would you mind explaining that?
sure, and any item can be discussed, and that's why we asked to, if anyone wants something removed for it to be discussed. It's usually smaller items that don't really require a whole lot of discussion that get put on there, more routine things or things that are smaller. So, like the setting the public hearings, those are not something that we're gonna discuss. We'll discuss them at the public hearing. So just setting those are easy to put on the consent agenda. The minutes, it's just pretty much a recording of what happened at the meetings, and then a lot of those routine things. So, but any item can be discussed if it's asked to be removed. So it's just an easy way to move through business quicker. Sure thing. All right. Is there a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. So we had a first and a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Those opposed with a no? All right, consent agenda is passed. Which brings us on to the claims, item 8. So 8.1 is the claims. Does anyone have any questions on the claims? Yeah. Yes, go ahead, Kevin.
I've got a couple of questions, please.
Sure.
Just to help me remind the new council, what utilities that mayor and council pays? There's several utilities.
Listed under mayor and council.
Yes.
And Adam, are you able to answer any of the exact utilities that?
Without looking in, I believe they're just utilities that are kind of divvied up amongst all the departments. I can look and. Yeah, they're just kind of divvied up amongst the departments
Just
and
sure.
just split out.
And is it always just those two? Oh, yeah.
It seems like it's a higher amount than I've noticed in the past, so I was just interested in seeing where that is. Obviously there are city utilities, and I want to make sure that we're not incurring late charges, but I would like to know more about what utilities the council is paying. It might actually be Rally Point.
I'll look into that for you.
Thank you. Another question is with finance. We're paying $20,000 to Cadel Thorstensen. And of course, last meeting we had our 2023 annual report that I assume that they generated. $20,000, does that mean we have our draft audit in hand?
Not yet. It's still being worked on.
So has there been any deliverables for this invoice, or are they just kind of invoicing as they go? How does this audit invoicing work?
They invoice as they go. So we'll probably see a little bit more at the end.
Okay, so we should see a draft here
Yes.
pretty soon. Okay. Final question has to do with the bid district. And I'm wondering how many of those invoices on the bid district were approved by the bid board. And let me scroll to that. I'm going off on the claim sheet, that's page 4 at the bottom. Economic Development Business Improvement District. It's not a huge amount of money. It's $747.87.
I don't believe any of those were. It looks like that they were for Music on Main, Camaro Rally, Music on Main, a security camera, off-road rally, Camaro Rally, Music on Main, internet, and I'm not sure what the last one is, but it looks like it's with a vendor.
So wouldn't
So
those,
none of those would have been through the bid district.
so wouldn't those be rally and events expenses?
They would be, but since they're related to events, those are budgeted out of the 213 budget this year.
Okay, again, that's confusing, so.
Yeah, that's something that we're looking to combine in. The challenge is just the revenues on it. These are supposed to be more or less self-sustaining to a certain degree, but we can combine them in the 25 budget. We're looking at combining those into the rally and events budget. Typically, rally expenses come out of the rally and events budget, and kind of the events come out of this one.
We probably could create a rally and an events individual line item, couldn't we? Within the
Yes,
budget?
absolutely. Yeah, it's just kind of, given the conversation we've had the last few meetings, we're taking a look at that.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions on the claims? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
That's a first by Tony and a second by Mike to approve the claims. Any further discussion? Questions from the public? Okay, since these are bills, I'll go ahead and roll call this. Sorry. Excuse me. Tony,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Ruth,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
and Nick.
Yes.
Okay, and the claims are approved, which brings us down to item 9.1, and this would be under public hearings. This is a public hearing to approve an SEL for the Oasis during rally. Are there any questions on this? I believe this Oasis has held an SEL here for a number of years, so. Is there a motion then?
Motion to approve.
That's
I'll
a
second.
first by Tony and a second by Nick to approve that SEL for the Oasis during rally at Rally Point. Any questions from the public? Okay. The first and second on the floor to approve. All those in favor, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Those opposed with a no? All right, that is approved. And moving on to our reports. Item 10.1, we have the acknowledgement of the resignation of Preston Williams from Ward 3. So his resignation was effective June 3rd. We did put a notice out to inform everyone of his resignation. So now we have to discuss and determine the process for a replacement for the remainder of his term, which I believe is 11 months left. And so I do have to mention that although we did pass and just had the second reading for the ordinance which would allow for a special election, that ordinance has not taken effect yet. I believe it won't be effective until July 7th. So since his resignation came before that ordinance was effective, we are left with having to appoint someone again. I guess just to start, this is for discussion and to determine that process. So in the past, the last couple of times, what we've done is we have taken applications from interested parties and asked those people to come forward and make a public statement, and then council voted on that appointment. So I'm not sure why we would do it differently, unless someone has a something else they can come up with, but open for discussion to figure out if that's the route we want to take. Any questions or comments from council on this? Go ahead, Jim.
I believe, Mayor, that we have, since we began that, at least at once during my tenure, that would be a good way to, that somebody, the public would understand that, and it would give us a chance to get people in the area that are interested. So I think that would be a wise thing to do. Let people know how to get that application.
Sure thing. And the notice that we put out did go out almost a couple weeks ago. So I think a lot of people are already aware, and those who might be interested are just waiting for that application to be out there. I guess we do need to figure out how long, if we are going to take applications, when we want those turned in by, and if we will be making that appointment at the next council meeting.
Is it possible to have them come speak at one meeting and then take our vote the following meeting, so we have a little time to mull it over, or does that push things out too far?
I know in the past, and I would almost say that this seemed to work. I mean, if we open it up, say, tomorrow, applications are out there, people can start putting them in, and we say maybe give people a week to put in applications, then that would give council another week to review those applications and any letters of interest that people would have. So then, if at the July 1st meeting, they gave their statement, and if council had any questions for them, then based on their applications and letter of interest, I would think that,
Okay.
I don't know, unless you think you need more
No,
time
I
after.
Just throwing ideas out,
Sure.
I guess.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, it's so small. No. And I will open this up to any questions or comments from the public, since this is a discussion. If anyone has any comments or questions about this process, please feel free. Come on up, Bonnie.
Well, I'm with Jesse, Bonnie Alberts, Sturgis. I'm with Jesse in that I don't see why we're in such a rush. I don't think at this time of year, it's summer, people are coming and going. I don't think 1 week to open, to become aware of, make the decision to, and submit an application. I don't think that's enough time. And I see no problem with hearing from people once the applications are in and giving it another meeting's delay before you make your decision. I think we really rush into these things and don't have time for contemplation or fact-checking. So I would recommend a slower process. Just because we've done it that way in the past does not necessitate that we do it that way again. I don't think it's worked well for us in the past.
Well, if that's the route that council wants to take, that they certainly can. We just have to be aware that rally is coming up too. And the notice did go out almost a couple weeks ago of that resignation too.
Went out how?
There was a news release about it.
And I believe it goes in the SIP.
So
Mayor, I
does-
think
yes.
one thing to consider is the importance of having the seat filled. I don't know that that is necessary right now, that it happened quickly. I think if we decide to wait if we gave people a chance and then more consideration, that might be something to not take for granted. On the other hand, it is it's just the finish of the year, so it's not a 3-year term. It's an 11-month term. So,
Exactly.
for consideration.
Sure.
10 months, I believe, isn't it?
Well, whatever.
Well, by time we make the appointment, yeah, it'll be 10 months. Yeah, you're right. Yep, next
It's an
May.
agenda item
Mm-hmm.
about Title VII, but if there's some chance that we're going to potentially get to our first reading at the next meeting, it would be beneficial that Ward 3 had full representation.
This is true. Well, is our, oh,
Mayor and council, I come before you as a resident of Ward 3, not as a city employee. As you, as you know, we had two very qualified people that went out, gained petition signatures, put their petitions in, and ran for those one open position. I would think that you might want to consider that those are the only two people in that ward at that time that took the time and energy and expense to do that. So maybe reach out to the candidate who didn't get the most votes to see if that person's still interested to fill that position. Obviously, they got votes from Ward 3. Thank you.
thank you, Dave. And I definitely agree. Come on up, Brandon. And certainly if that other person, I believe, was Rochelle, I believe is Ward 3.
Dave Murtha.
This past time was just Rochelle Brooke. So, and I'm sure that if interested, yes, Rochelle can put in an application. I certainly don't want to say that we don't want other people to put in if there's other people that are interested. But yes, thank you, Dave. She will definitely be considered if she is interested. Okay, Brandon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question, is there such a thing as maybe waiting for the ordinance to take effect on the 7th? You can't do that,
So, because we didn't even have the ordinance
right?
in place when he resigned, he would have had to have resigned. If it does take effect July 7th, he would have had to resign then July 7th or 8th.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's as of when they resign.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank you, though, for checking. I'm sure other people are asking that same question.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Bonnie, I respect what you're saying about venting and going through everything, but I also agree with Kevin. I think with some of the things coming down the pipe, I think the sooner the better. So I would suggest that we look at next meeting to possibly fill that, have the persons come and plead their case and see if they get voted on, because like I said, I think having a full body up here for the next couple months is a priority, so.
It always is good to have full representation, and then especially with a lot of the decisions that we have to make, so,
We could have someone seated by the 1st of July.
right. Okay, what's everyone's opinion on this? I don't know that this is particularly an action item, but if we can come to a consensus of how we want to move forward, I believe. Or is this an actual action item? Oh, okay, it is an actual action item. Well, I guess, is there a motion on how we'd like to do this?
I'll make a motion to open up applications starting on the 18th, which is tomorrow, through, is 10 days good? Through Thursday? What's next?
The
The 27th?
only thing with that is, I guess it depends how much time council would want to look at those applications before the next council meeting, because the next council meeting will be in 14.
Do we have a legal requirement on time for notice?
Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes, Mr. Marshall.
No, you do not. There is remarkably little guidance on the subject of filling the vacancy of a member of council.
Okay, thank you.
Well, then I'll make a motion to accept applications opening tomorrow and closing it on the 27th, and having those people come forth on the 1st and making a decision on that day.
Counselor Kopp, if we could say noon
Noon?
on Thursday, that gives us
Noon.
enough time to get in the packet.
Yes, because council's, yes. City Hall's closed on Fridays. Thank you. Noon.
Okay, so, sorry, I gotta pull up my calendar too. So the 27th is a Thursday, okay. All right, so that was a motion by Ruth to open up applications tomorrow, June 18th through Thursday, June 27th at noon, and then have those applicants come forward on July 1st to give a statement and maybe answer questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure, we would like to ask a couple questions.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Oh, that was Nick, second by Nick. All right, any further discussion on that?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
one of the things I think could be considered is that at least two of us are going to be gone on the 1st. That doesn't mean that we couldn't call in, and I think both, that's Nick and me, and I would certainly feel that's an important time. We have much earlier plans, so if we wait till the 18th, that gives us that much more time to be here. I'm not saying it's necessary, I'm just saying that I think it's important enough that we all hear all of that too.
Either Lisa or Mark or Adam. The last time we did this, I believe we had people that were not present and they were allowed to vote. Did they send an email with their vote or a
I
text
think it was a
message with their
text.
vote?
It was text.
Okay.
May
So-
I, Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
And my recollection was that Counselor Jordan participated in the discussion and posed questions to people who were interested in the position of mayor. And at the same time that I acknowledge he participated that way, he also commented that it was not a very satisfactory way to do it.
Sure.
He asked me to read his questions for him.
Okay. Well, we have a first and second on the floor to go ahead and open that up the 18th through the 27th and having people come forward on the 1st with their statement. Again, there's always that possibility if someone's not going to be present that they could text in their vote, call in. Any questions or comments from the public? Yes, come on up.
Is this important enough that it could be the topic of a special meeting to give it an additional week? It cuts back from the 2-week delay, but it would give you the opportunity to have your board members present, your council members present. It wouldn't be a very long meeting, but it would be doable.
That's a suggestion. Again, we do have a first and second on the floor. Come on up.
Rod Bradley, what's the vote? What's it take? Is it a majority of the remaining council, or is it a majority of the?
May I,
Eight.
Madam Mayor? It
Yes,
is a majority of the
Seated.
aldermen, so it would be 8. No, I'm
Well,
sorry.
There would be seven.
Because there are 7 aldermen.
So 4.
So that would be 4 would be required to elect a person.
So it's a majority of the remaining seated aldermen after the resignation, which would be 7. A majority of that would be 4.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the public? All right, well, with the first and second on the floor, I will go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
Real-
Jesse.
I guess from Nick and Jim, you two are gonna be absent. I mean, what are your thoughts? Do you feel comfortable phoning in?
Well, I certainly can do that, but I'd be more comfortable being here. If we're going to have people that are going to sit in front of us and give some kind of response and ask, I know I took part in that, and it gave me a chance to talk to the council, and I think the same thing might apply. So Jesse, yes, I would be much more comfortable if we waited, but I'd go along with whatever the council says. But you're asking my opinion. I can't change my being gone on the 1st of July, and so if we waited until the 15th, I would be more comfortable with that. Nick?
I could probably find time. I guess I don't really know what I'm doing in Texas on the 1st, but I may be able to go sit in a corner for a little bit if I need to. Or, I mean, I hadn't even considered a special election. That doesn't seem like a bad idea either.
A special meeting.
Special meeting, sorry.
Nope, that's okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
is anyone planning on being gone on the 15th? Could I make a motion to amend my motion or amend my motion? What's the proper words?
Yes, you want to amend.
Amend my motion.
Yes.
I would amend my motion to start accepting applications tomorrow. And I'm pulling up my calendar. Take them through, let's say, the 1st. Would that work? And then we have plenty of time to review it and then make the decision at the 15th meeting and have people come forward so that everybody's here.
I think so. Nick was the second on the original. So would you? You.
I
Okay.
would re-second that.
And Mr. Marshall, I believe that's right. If it's just amended, as long as the first and second both agree to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So we have that motion by Ruth, seconded by Nick, and it was amended to have applications open from the 18th through July 1st, and then have those applicants come forward on the 15th for a public statement and any questions. Any discussion on that? Okay. Any questions or comments from the public? All right. With the first and second on the floor, all those in favor, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Those opposed with a no? Okay. Thank you. That is the way that we will do that. Sure thing. Up next, we have item 10.2. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the South Dakota Department of Public Safety Disaster Recovery Program agreement. And we have Rick up here with details.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Up for your consideration tonight is the authorization of the mayor to sign the South Dakota Department of Public Safety Disaster Recovery Program agreement. By authorizing the mayor to sign the 2019 Infrastructure Disaster Recovery Agreement will allow the city of Sturgis to receive an advancement in the amount of $1,368,041.38 from the South Dakota Department of Public Safety. This is of the $1,520,045.98, which is funding that we have submitted to FEMA for reimbursement on the 2019 Presidential Disaster Declaration flooding event that damaged the 7th Street crossing. The reimbursement for this project has been submitted to FEMA under the Public Assistance Grant Project. However, the approval and actual reimbursement could still take another 18 to 24 months for the city to receive these funds. The South Dakota Department of Public Safety has a program in place which would allow the city to receive up to 90% of that total submitted reimbursement amount as an advancement of this reimbursement. Repayment of this advancement is at 0% annual interest rate for 36 months, which we would anticipate we would receive our FEMA reimbursement payment within this time frame, and these funds would then in turn be used as repayment. If repayment has not occurred within 36 months from the date of the execution of the agreement, the outstanding balance shall accrue interest at the rate of 2% annually, with all advances made by the state to be repaid within 7 years from the date of the agreement. After 18 months from the date of this agreement, the city will make a minimum of 2 payments per year to the state. If the city council authorizes the mayor to sign and enter into this agreement with the South Dakota Department of Public Safety for this advancement, the following options would be available for these funds. Number one, we could use this advancement funds to pay down the portion of the First Interstate Bank loan, which was the $3 million that was authorized by the city council on March 20th, 2023. This loan is at a 5.01% fixed interest rate, paid quarterly and matures in 5 years. That was the original plan for the FEMA reimbursement money. Number two, we could receive the advancement and place it in the general fund with it earmarked for the First Interstate Bank loan repayment, but have available if needed for operations. Number three, we could receive the advancement and place it into the general fund for operational purposes. All of these options available will still necessitate the need for the city council to consider future loan to refinance and consolidate existing and future debt. Staff would recommend that the council authorize the mayor to sign this agreement, and we proceed with receiving that advancement on our loan. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Rick. Does anyone have any questions for Rick? And I don't remember when was it that we put in this application? Because I remember the last action we had was to go ahead and put in this application. It's been a little bit.
It's been a couple of months now.
Yeah. Okay. So we did go forward with that application, so there was interest in receiving these funds, which is like an advancement pretty much of the FEMA money that is coming.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would have a couple of questions, but it relates maybe to more of the financing that we placed with First Interstate Bank to secure this. On March 20th, 2023, we secured a drawdown line of credit for $3 million for 2 projects listed in the staff report. The first was 7th Street Crossing. The second was complete reconstruction of East Main and Sherman. The engineering, I believe, was the only piece that was discussed for that, because the engineering alone was estimated to be, I think, close to $2 million. We did not quite do all of that engineering. We paid for the 7th Street crossing, and those items add up to about $1.8 million, but we have that line of credit extended to 2.9 currently. The concerning part is Rick, in your report, the comment that this does not negate our need, and my concern is this is a great project. 0% interest for 2 years, 2% interest after that. But if we're cash poor, hungry for cash, are we going to just go and extend the line of credit in the same amount, $1.36 million immediately, if we would decide to pay down the line of credit? Can we restrict that expenditure so that no more money comes out of that? Because in this year of 2024, Adam, that was before you were seated, but I believe the previous finance director, extended that line of credit an additional $700,000 in January. And so I'm not sure how that plays in. I mean, if we decide to save us the interest, what are we saving? If we're going to immediately just go extend the line of credit further again.
I think, Kevin, it's my understanding that it's more like a loan than a line of credit. So if we make a payment to it, we can't take more money out again. We were able to draw it down originally, but if we make a payment, it's not like making a payment on a credit card or something where then you have that balance available again. So it would just be paying that loan down.
So with that, staff recommends that we approve it. It seems like, I mean, it's a great project. Wished we would have known about the project in March of '23. I'd be inclined to make a motion to, pay back First Interstate. But where does that set us with our additional cash flow shortages and how to start leading us out? We haven't necessarily gotten a lot of information on that. I know we've been working on it now for a while, but the move is to try and make a big play, if you will. I mean, to cover all these needs, correct these discrepancies, and come out correctly. So what is the correct move?
Well, I think in Rick's report, it kind of says it in that last sentence, like you said, that we will still need to look at where we're at, and we will probably have needs for cash. So if we put this just to our $3 million loan, we would really just be saving on that interest and getting that paid down. This wouldn't help us with any of our cash flow issues if we just pay down that loan, but it will save us on interest. We'll have to look at some other options, and if we need to, in Rick's words, consolidate some of our debt or refinance here in the future, but just putting this towards that loan would really just save us on the interest and wouldn't solve that cash flow.
I don't have any other questions at the moment.
All right. Yes, come on up.
Bonnie Alberts. I just have a couple of questions for clarification for John Q. on the street, who isn't on the inside of all of this. How much do we owe First Interstate, that full $3 million? Have we taken that all out?
I believe it's 2.9 we're at. Is that correct, Adam? Yep.
Okay, and so the first proposal is to throw all of this on that 2.9. And then, are we on a payment plan with this? Do we have periodic payments on this loan, on that 2.9?
I don't recall the terms of the original FIB loan. I do know it was
FIB being First Interstate?
Yeah, it was interest only for a period of time. I don't think the true payments have come due yet.
I think it's interest only, 5.1%, 5.01% interest paid quarterly.
Oh, okay. I see that, but I didn't see that as, okay, so that's what we've been making for payments. We're only taking care of the interest, and
Correct.
that debt stands untouched. So your first proposal is that this goes on there. How much is that 5% quarterly payment?
I'm not sure. I don't know. You probably don't know offhand, Adam. Wonder how many payments we've even made then if we took this out about a year ago. So we should have made a few payments, but I don't think anyone knows that exact number for you right now, Bonnie.
5.01% of 2.9 million is $145,000.
Well, Kevin's showing off with his math. Thank you,
My
Kevin.
fancy telephone. So that,
Thank you.
I mean, this could be wrong, but $36,000 every quarter.
Well, that's what I was seeing in my head, but I was afraid to speak. I hadn't pushed any buttons. Okay, so it's costing us, if we don't pay anything down on it, it continues to cost us $145,000 4 times a year.
That's the entire year.
Oh, that's the entire year, okay.
36,000.
Oh, okay.
Each quarter.
Okay, got it. So then the second proposal is to put it in the general fund and plan on making these payments with it, but that's in case we need it for something else. And that's the risk of it slipping away from us for something else. And then 3 is just not a very good option, just using it for other things and not addressing our indebtedness. Okay, I just wanted to make that clear for people who have not been here for the development of this, and I wasn't clear about the payment, so thank you for that. And then in the final statement that no matter what we do with this advance, we're still going to need more money. Do we know, are we seeing how much? Do we have a sense of how short we are?
We don't know that yet. Well, that's what we're working on. We'll probably, I would guess that, in the next coming meetings, we'll have something to propose to the council.
Any bridges going to fall in?
I don't think any bridges are gonna fall in, but we certainly have a hole to dig out of.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that helps. I had one more thing floating, but it got away. Thank you, Rick.
So the options 2 and 3 would kind of help in that cash flow, like Kevin had asked about. But option 1 would be saving us money by paying down that loan.
I remembered it.
Okay.
The action you're taking here, though, the proposal you're making here is just going ahead and getting this money. It's not deciding what to do with it tonight.
The motion could include which option. I mean, it would depend how the motion is made,
Okay.
but it could.
That was the
yeah.
other thing. I didn't know whether it was just deciding to take the money in from this source or what to do with it when it gets there. Thank you.
Mayor?
Okay, yes, Kevin.
Could I ask the finance director a question about
Oh, yeah,
our cash projection document that he's generating?
of course.
Are you taking into account this money in any way?
No, not as of yet. I was waiting for your decision tonight, so to know if I need to put that in our projections or.
Thank you, Adam. Well, it's either open for more discussion or a motion, if someone has one.
Mayor, I'd be willing to make a motion.
Yes, Kevin.
I'd make a motion that we sign the disaster recovery loan application, use the money to repay the First Interstate Bank line of credit and not take any more draw from the First Interstate line of credit.
Okay, that was a first by Kevin and a second by Jim to sign this agreement using the first option to pay down that First Interstate Bank loan. Any other discussion or questions?
Just a question.
Sure.
That's pretty reasonable interest. Do we foresee any need for cash correction, cash influx in the next 120 days?
Will we have a need for cash in the next 120 days?
That's what I'm asking.
I think Adam's report will show. Do you have 120 days out already, Adam? Can you answer that? Thank you.
Cash gets low, I mean, we'll be all right, but I mean, I would feel a lot better if we had more cash.
Agreed.
So,
I agree, it's always better to have more cash, but at some point, we have to start digging out of this hole that we're in. You know, so I'm inclined to agree with Kevin and Jim on that, to pay that debt down. And we've got to start somewhere.
Not at that interest rate.
Well, we are doing things to save money. We're looking to save where we can, cutting back, so. Any further discussion from the public? Questions, comments? All right, well, there was a first and second on the floor to sign this agreement with the state using that first option to pay down our loan with First Interstate Bank. All those in favor, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Those opposed with a no?
No.
Okay, so that was 6 yeses and 1 no. So
We'll
that
never get that
passes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Rick. All right, up next, item 10.3. This is consideration to approve a statement of qualification letter for the airport consultant. And we have Dave with details.
Evening again, Mayor and Council. The item before you, just a little background information. Every 5 years, we are required to select an engineering consultant for airport planning, environmental and architectural and engineering services for projects that are funded under the FAA's Airport Improvement Program, or AIP projects. December 31st of this year will be the end of our 5 years with Helms and Associates. In an effort to provide engineering firms ample time and to submit statement of qualifications to provide city staff and council time to read each submittal, set up and complete interviews, this request should be made public if approved. The procurement professional services under Section 300 of the FAA regulations, this section lays out the AIP, or Airport Improvement Program Sponsor Guide, summarizes the steps that are normally required to select a consultant and to provide professional planning, environmental, architectural, and engineering services for those projects that are funded under the Airport Improvement Program. Staff recommends that you approve this request so I can put out the statement of qualifications.
Thank you, Dave. Does anyone have any questions for Dave about this? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
That's a first by Tony to approve and a second by Jesse. Any further discussion or any discussion? Questions from the public? Come on up.
When does, what?
I spelled that, didn't just leave
No,
that in
that's the
there.
first thing I was going to say, is I wanted to praise this man for putting the AIP in parentheses so that I knew what that meant and didn't have to go hunting. And so, thank you. The second one is, what does this cost us?
This doesn't cost us anything.
Oh, okay, so we just have to,
We just have to basically tell the state and the FAA, the state DOT and the FAA, this is going to be our consultant for the next 5 years. So when we do any airport projects, they'll be the engineer that we will use.
so we don't incur any expense until we use it for something,
Correct.
or her for something. Okay. And then, what's blacked out there?
It didn't mean to be blacked out. Section 300, that's the section over there. I don't know why it got blacked out.
Okay, I thought it was something secret.
Yes. Secret squirrel. I'll tell you later.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the public? Okay, with the first and second on the floor to approve this, all in favor, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Those opposed with a no? Okay, that is approved. Thank you, Dave. Then we got Dave sticking around. Up next is consideration to approve staff request for funds for abatement of nuisance.
So the item in front of you, I'll give you a little background. This is for a home that I had to post unfit for human occupancy. I know the pictures that came out when I printed them out didn't turn out really well. I don't know if we can show them up there, Deb. But on May 10th of this year, Assistant Chief Brian Paulson and the Sturgis Ambulance Director Sean Fisher both notified me of a home located that was in a blanked address, that was in a hoarded condition, making it unfit for the human occupancy. The homeowner / occupant was taken by ambulance to the Sturgis Hospital. With this information, I placed a placard on the front door under the section 111.1.3 of the International Property Maintenance Code, IPMC, where the structure was posted unfit for human occupancy or a dangerous structure. May 13th, while attempting to contact a homeowner or anyone at the property, I thought I saw a movement of the curtains covering the front window, which led me to believe that somebody may have been in the house. I later attempted contact again and noticed the curtains were now closed. I contacted Chief Vandewater and advised him what I had seen. He later advised me that a homeowner was still in the hospital in ICU, and we agreed we should check the home out to ensure that no one had entered this home. Sergeant Cisco of the Sturgis Police Department and Officer Levi Sauter met me at this home. Sergeant Cisco was able to talk with the homeowner by phone from her hospital room and advise her of what we had seen. The homeowner gave permission to enter the home to ensure no one was in the home or had removed any items from the home. We did not locate anyone in the home when we entered. However, we were unable to determine if anything had been removed by the condition. This is because while inside the home, I was able to see the full extent of the home's interior condition, which matched what I was told by the law enforcement and EMS. Attached to this report are several pictures showing the condition of the home. As it can be seen, the condition of the interior violates portions of Section 111 of the Property Maintenance Code. The homeowner was served with a courtesy notice, and she has been discharged from the hospital, and I have been in contact with her, and she currently is staying in hotel rooms and relatives if possible. She does not have the wherewithal or the funding to go in and clean this out. Any funding or any cost incurred will be attached to the property by a special assessment or a lien. I did receive 2 bids. One was recently just added to the packet because I just got it the other day. But the second bid was the low bid on that. And that one's from Bio One, who is more of a local business here. And that bid was $5,045.75 plus dumpster cost. The bid you see up there is for Steri Clean. That one was anywhere between $9,300 to $10,000. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I guess the first question that comes to my mind, Dave, I know you said that the homeowner is not able to financially or physically able to clean this out, but is that homeowner okay with this happening? If someone else comes in and just starts throwing stuff away, what's that process look like of cleaning stuff up? I mean, there's talk of dumpsters. I mean, are they just throwing away everything that's in this
No.
person's house, or how does that work?
No, the homeowner and I have been in contact at least 2 to 3 times a week since we made contact, and even while she was in the hospital, she's aware of the situation. She doesn't want to live like this, but as we know, this happens from time to time. It's a disease that needs to be worked on. She will be there during the cleaning process so that there'll be no personal effects or personal belongings or memorabilia or anything that's very close to her. What we're looking to do right now is clean the garbage out of the home. Get the home to, it's not going to be perfect, but get the home to a livable condition where she can actually go back and occupy the home again. This is all she has. Both of her parents had passed away. She's not an old lady. She's under 50 years old, and the reason that she spent a lot of time in the hospital recently is because of the condition of the home. It's very tragic, but we're trying to work with her to get this done. A lot of places, a lot of communities will just go in and abate the nuisance or even tear the house down. And that's the last thing I want to do is take somebody's home away.
So Dave, the total on the second, or the low bid would be roughly $7,600 with the dumpsters and the $5,045.
Yeah, I didn't do the math, but thank you. Yeah, that's probably correct.
Any other questions for Dave from council?
Dave, you want to just clarify the assessing of for the people listening and whatnot, just so if we did do this, the city down the road could recoup the...
There's 2 ways that we can do this, and Mark Marshall might have to just, if I'm wrong, how we assess abatements. I'll use mowing a lawn, for instance. If they don't pay the citation and the assessment fees to us, we attach it to the property so that when the property taxes come due, they have to pay that special assessment at that time. Or we can attach it as a lien. We can lien the home. That way, when the home sells, the city will get reimbursed. So there's 2 ways of going about it. This is over and above a lawn mowing job as far as cost.
This is not going to end well.
Mayor,
Yes, Kevin.
say Dave. My question has to do more with the 2 quotes that you've received. I mean, they're definitely a long ways apart. And the fact that our purchasing policy says that we get 3 written quotes for items of this expense, and in the fact that, I mean, it is public funds being expended today, were you not able to get a 3rd quote?
These type of companies are few and far between. The only one that is local in South Dakota that I was able to find was Bio One, which is Lonnie Strong. He goes all over the state and does this type of work. And then the SteriClean, I know that company from 1-800-Hoarders on TV. So I was able to contact them. So yeah, finding quotes of this kind are not that easy. I mean, if you've been able to find another company, I'd be more than happy to get another quote.
I don't know of anyone that does that kind of work. I was just
It's tough.
making sure that we were doing our best to follow our purchasing policy.
Like I said, it was a struggle to get Lonnie to get me the second bid because he's so busy. I mean, he's in Hot Springs, East River, everything else. So.
Any questions from the public? Not an easy decision. Well, it might be easy when someone needs help, but. Well, is there a motion?
Dave, what's the option if we do not do this tonight?
The option then would be to pretty much condemn the property and we'd have to, the expense of tearing it down. It's a public safety hazard right now. I mean, as the weather warms up and it's, yeah. I mean, we really don't have any choice. And I know that I'm asking for funds, but the best way in my mind is to go in and abate the nuisance to the best we can, make the house as livable as possible so she can move in. She doesn't get sick anymore. And hopefully that she's getting help. She's working with a counselor right now, and she promised me that if we were able to do this to help her out, that this would not turn back into the situation in a year. And I will be staying in touch with her.
So with a motion, Dave, are you looking, obviously, to accept probably the lower bid or which one to accept? But then also, are you looking for how that, whether it would be a special assessment or a lien? Are you looking for someone to make a motion for which way?
I think right now I'm just looking to pay the bill to clean the property up. And when the time comes and it's all said and done and we get that final bill, then that's maybe a question that the council will need to make a decision on which way to attach it to the property. One way, we know that when the property taxes get paid, hopefully they get paid, then we get reimbursed right away. With a lien, we will definitely, that'll be attached to the property. So if she sells the property or goes to get a loan or anything like that, that lien would have to be satisfied.
But that could be 10, 30.
It could be a long time down the road.
For option one, it could be next year. possibly.
Or she doesn't have the money to pay the property taxes too, and it goes 7 years.
So if it's attached to the taxes, she doesn't pay it, there still can be a lien for
Yes.
that being unpaid.
And that assessment will stay on, attached to that property. Say, for instance, somebody buys the tax, there's a tax deed, let's say it goes that far, somebody will pay that lien with the tax deed. I think I'm correct on that. That's generally how it's worked in the past.
Well,
Does this individual have an income source of any kind?
She did have a job, and because of the illness, she's lost that job. And technically, really, no, she does not have an income source that I know of. I haven't gone into that deep with her. My concern was more of getting the house cleaned up or getting it to the point where she could move back in safely.
another question, hire a contractor to tear the house down, what are we looking at roughly there?
$25,000 to $50,000. And then we still got the cost to haul everything off. I mean, it's,
Yeah.
this is the lesser of the evils.
Dave, is there structural issues with the house?
Unfortunately, until we get it cleaned out, we won't know. Walking through the hallway, from the front door into the living space, the living room, kitchen area, it appeared to be very soft and squishy, but that could be the 6 inches of garbage that you're walking on. The ambulance service had to use a scoop shovel to get to the bedroom to get her out. So this isn't the first home we've had like this in town that I've dealt with. This is the first one that I haven't had family members that have been able to help out to go in and clean. So We've done a couple in the past that hasn't cost the city anything other than maybe some trash hauling. But like I said, lucky enough, those people had family members that were able to step in and help.
This is a stick-built, not a mobile home.
That's correct.
So just
Still
as a,
looking-
just as a thought, if the money becomes an issue and she doesn't have family here, then there would still be some public expense to take care of this person, probably. I don't know what the next step is, but social services or whoever would have to be available.
Yeah, she's been working with Adult Protective Services. Unfortunately, and I was dealing with them, working with them, trying to get her some help. She's not old enough under their guidelines to qualify because she's under 60. And they've applied for Social Security disability, but we won't know where she's at on that. And I know that she's also working with, like I said, a counselor. But because hoarding has been listed as a mental health disease on the DSM-5, now that there are funds available through social services and everything else to help with that disease, with that mental illness. So it's just a process. The worst part about it is, as a younger person, her parents didn't ever get any diagnosis on her, and they kind of kept her a little hidden, is my understanding. The youngest family members I can find are late 70s.
And again, I guess just to remind everyone, if no action is taken, this dies, and then Dave would have to move forward with condemning the house.
I would move to approve the second bid in hopes that she can get some help.
Thank you, Nick. That was a first by Nick to approve this with the second bid, which, sorry, can't tell which one was the second one, but I'm assuming that's the cheaper one.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Bio One.
Thank you.
That's in the email right there.
Okay.
Next, right there.
Is there a second?
Dave, I want to second it, but is there a way that we can, I don't know, keep a checklist or keep track, make sure she stays on track? Like I said, I'm looking at 7,600 is way better than 50,000, but like I said, I don't want to be public monies, and then we're back in this situation in
Part
a
of
year and
the-
a half, 2 years.
Part of the agreement I made with her that if we were able to fund this to get this house cleaned out to a livable condition, that her and I would stay in contact monthly or whatever I need to, just to ensure that she's keeping the house in order or what we gave it back to her in, and that she's staying on track. That was part of our agreement together. Whether or not she stays with that, I can't force her to. I'd like to be able to say that was part of the agreement, but unfortunately, I'll do the best I can. But if that person doesn't want to, just wants to blow me off, then we do. I know it's a tough decision.
Well, I'm going to second it, so.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. So that was a first by Nick and a second by Tony to approve this with the second bid, the lower bid. Any further discussion? from the public. Come on up, sir.
Dale Punt, Sturgis resident. I sympathize with this situation. I'm sorry to see that it's a city responsibility to take care of. I'm not opposed to you approving this, but the city at the end of the rally gives to charities throughout the city. I would strongly encourage the council. There are 7,000 people in this town, and there are people who have money available that may be willing to offset these costs if they were contacted, and as a way to not take money out of the city budget. It's really not a city responsibility to clean a house because someone has an illness. So I would encourage the council to look for donors to offset those costs.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So is that, say we were to look for some donors or something, if this gets approved, taking that lower bid, I mean, that's something that we could obviously do in the future or with some of our profits.
Can you restate the finances again, Dave?
Her finances?
No, what it's gonna take.
Basically, the bid to clean out the home and do whatever thing they have on the list up there is $5,045.75. The estimates anywhere from $1,800 to $2,500 for dumpsters to haul the garbage away, and he's predicting 30-yard dumpsters, 3 of them. The last home in this condition that I worked with the homeowner and the family members, we hauled about, I want to say close to 7 tons of garbage out of that house. It was not a pretty sight. So, but again, that person had family members that were able to help, and they did. They did a tremendous job.
And I guess maybe with the homeowner's consent, at some point, maybe something could be put out there with communications for assistance and helping with that. So
It'd be wonderful if people would open up their checkbooks and say, here's money for this to go toward this if this ever happens again. But that's up to you, and that's down the road.
Sure. Well, I guess right now we can make that decision whether or not we're going to move forward, and if there's some way, like suggested, that we can get the community or other people in town to help out, that's certainly an option. Well, there was a first and a second on the floor to approve that second bid. All those in favor, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Those opposed with a no? No. Okay, that was 6 yeses and 1 no. So that does pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, up next we have item 10.5. That is consideration to approve our second reading on the malt beverage licensing. And we got Eric up here. Eric, I don't believe there are any changes, or I'll let you go into the details.
Nope, there are no changes or revisions since the first reading. The ultimate purpose of the revisions are to remove the cap, the 40 license cap on the malt beverage licenses, and then to consolidate all malt beverage licenses underneath one heading to simplify the process. Based off my discussions with the finance office, there's really no significant burden on finance from removal of the cap, and then the additional fees accrued will help cover any of the costs. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for Eric? As he said, there were no changes, and this is a second reading to adopt that ordinance 2024-04, which is revising the malt beverage licensing. Go ahead, Kevin.
Good timing, Eric. What did we just set the hearing for our 40th license? So our last one in 1st of July.
Yep, we're pushing right at the top of the limit.
Okay, any questions, comments from the public? Is there a motion?
Make the motion to approve.
That was a first by Jesse and a second by Jim to approve the second reading of ordinance 2024-04, revising the malt beverage licensing. Any further discussion from the public?
I have one more question.
Yes.
Not that I disagree with any of this, but does this put an additional burden on our already overworked police department to monitor 50, 60 different locations? No? Okay.
Chief is shaking his head no. Thanks, Mike. All right, I'll go ahead and roll call this since it's an ordinance. Nick?
Yes.
Jim? Yes. Kevin?
Yes.
Ruth?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
And Tony?
Yes.
Okay, so that second reading passed to adopt that revised malt beverage licensing. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Up next, item 10.6, we have discussion. And this is discussion regarding Title VII and also the city administrator job description. In the council packet, there were a number of examples from other communities around the state, some of their ordinances, and then also some of their city administrator job descriptions. It was mentioned in the report, I know Councilor Forrester, so Kevin and Councilor Kopp, Ruth had some suggestions on both of these. I would maybe, if either one of you wants to start any discussion, just to get this going, either Kevin or Ruth.
Mayor, I'd be willing to start.
Sure.
Well, Title VII is our governance document. Obviously, we need to rebuild this ordinance after the April vote, changing our form of government from employing a city manager to a mayor, a strong mayor and alderman. We also have the opportunity to consider hiring a city administrator, which myself, I feel strongly that an organization our size would struggle to be led by part-time counselors. No offense to any of our abilities. Part-time mayor. So that leadership is important. I think Title VII needs to solidify some of the items that are identified in South Dakota codified law. For example, the chief executive officer is the mayor. Staff reports to the mayor, and how hiring and firing works, where hiring is completed with consent of council, but firing is completed by the mayor. The heavy lift, though, within Title VII for me is making sure that while the mayor has all the executive power, that city council retains their legislative power and maintains budget authority, which is provided by to city council by state law. Make sure that we have the financial accountability that that we're needing, that we're desiring in order to build forward. I mean, we had discussion earlier tonight about having you know, the need for a very substantial loan. And you know, while we see some quarterly reports, they haven't been all detailed. You know, an example of what I believe would be a great financial report is completed monthly by our school district. They provide a complete snapshot on one page of their entire financial package. So financial accountability is very important on this. And again, you know, making sure that we maintain all the legislative opportunities afforded to the city council. One additional item, and it's come up in the past as well as we've discussed some of the struggles that have presented themselves, is some communities identify how their legal representation works. In the basic read of South Dakota state law, it's not clear if it is just the mayor that has legal representation and who represents the city council. But using a few of our neighbors, because this shouldn't be super difficult for us, we have communities that are successfully building their communities using ordinances that have been in place for some time. And to work our way through this, it's going to be a little bit of a little bit messy. But for myself, there are two primary communities that seem to have very applicable ordinances in place that are working and cover quite a few of the holes. Spearfish is one of them. Mitchell is the other one. A couple of highlights about Spearfish's ordinance. It's clear on special meetings. Special meetings can be called by the mayor through the finance officer or two aldermen. Spearfish's ordinance also compels attendance. We just had a resignation on our board. You know, I'm not the roll call person, but I see on various social media and different people that questioned attendance, but compelling attendance is definitely a piece. Budget is a big piece, and finances tie into that, and monthly complete statements are a big piece of it. But I think a bigger piece is some of these ordinances spell out that we do not have to have our budget ratified the 1st of October. We have to provide our levy amount to the auditor, the amount that is taxed for City of Sturgis residents by the 1st of October, but we can continue to work on the budget and where cuts are if we need to going forward. Small items like fee collection. I mean, we do our fees kind of haphazardly through ordinance. A single page fee schedule that was ratified annually would streamline our operations, save us money, and provide complete transparency on what we charge for everything going forward for the city, and not provide any gray area. Our current ordinance includes a time for our meeting. It says 6:30 is our time for our meeting. Well, other communities are putting points that allow the council to make adjustments as needed for these meetings. Honestly, we've been somewhat ridiculed for some lengthy meetings, and part of it is maybe 6:30 isn't the best time to start. Quite a few communities are starting at 5:30 or even 6. So including some pieces on that. But getting back to the budget, some of the big hits that are on there, that I would propose to have included in our Title VII is our organizational structure. My read of South Dakota state law is that the mayor is not identified as determining the organizational structure, that council can do that through our budget ordinance. And I think that's further strengthened by the fact that the mayor cannot break a tie on an ordinance or proposal to extend or appropriate money. So to me, that reaffirms the position that the council has the legislative ability to manage the budget and set the organizational structure of the community. And I think that's important because the budget is tied so heavily to the organizational structure, and making sure that we get the team and the group that is going forward that needs to be in place. Now, I'm sure we're going to have plenty of discussion on what SDCL says. I mean, it appears that attorneys may have different opinions on this, but where we have existing ordinances in communities that are successful, it looks like that we have the boilerplate to build off of. I have a 16-page list here, and I'm not saying it's all inclusive, but it's copy and paste out of these community ordinances and some South Dakota state laws. And I would intend to share that with the council, with the city leadership, and publicly if we have a way to do that going forward. But I hope that many of these items can be started to vetted and worked through to get us to a first draft of our Title VII revision sometime in the month of July.
That'd be great. Thank you, Kevin, for all that information and all those suggestions. Does anyone have any comments, questions on anything that Kevin mentioned or any of the research that he's done?
I guess I have more of a process question, if that's all right.
Sure.
So I know the intention today is to have discussion. What is the next step after that? Is this then take Title VII and actually redline and then insert things, or is that something that council is doing, or is that something that staff is going to do and present, and then we?
So this is such a huge lift. Generally, what we do is discussion. Usually Eric is taking notes back there and then coming up with something after our discussions, or Mark, I believe, has been working on this too. So, and usually they're able to come up with something after our discussions based on what we've said. And then from there, we'll start redlining, saying we do like this, we don't like this. So we'll kind of take everything that we talk about today, maybe start putting it on paper so there's actually something that we can see.
Mm-hmm.
But this is so huge, I'm not sure it's going to be done in the 1, 2, 3 like we normally do, like a discussion and first reading and second reading. So we might have extra discussion in there. I don't know, unless we're able to come up with something that we all like pretty quickly. But like Kevin said, it would be great if we could get this done in July. But also, like Bonnie always says, we don't want to rush anything. So
Bonnie says we need the bread.
yes. So Ruth, just that's kind of the process. I mean, hopefully we can, I don't know if Mark and Eric would be able to come up with something based on this discussion, but hopefully they will be. And we can get some kind of template down.
Madam Mayor, it would
Yes.
be great if we could have what Counselor Forrester has put together and develop a template from that.
Absolutely. And so, Kevin, you did mention you'll try to get this out to council and staff, some of our leadership. Okay.
We've got two shining examples in the state that appear to be very successful. So it shouldn't take us long to glean the best out of both and put together a package for review, not only by council, but by the public. The people voted on this. The people need to be part of the research. And I would hope that there'd be some community fathers that step up to help the council make this decision. We had a public vote. This is what the people want. So let's get the people involved.
Very good point, Mike. So we definitely want to hear from the public, to know. I know there was a talk about having a committee, look at all of this, and that was because we want input from all of our residents so that we know that our city government is going to look the way that people voted for it to look. So thanks, Mike. I guess, is there any questions or comments from the public that is here tonight on the bulk of Title VII and revising that ordinance? Okay, and again, this is just discussion, so hopefully we can have some kind of template and something in front of us that we can look at, and then our discussion will probably go a little smoother once we have something in front of us to look at. Then this is also discussion on the city administrator job description. And like I mentioned in the beginning, there was a number of examples from other communities, their city administrator job descriptions. And then also Councillor Cobb had taken the time to prepare what a city administrator job description would look like, maybe for us here in the city of Sturgis. And so maybe I'll turn it over to you and you can let us know what you highlighted. And
Sure, thank you. So I actually, before I even got sworn in, is when I created this, just knowing that it was potentially coming down the pipe. And for me, when I am processing things and looking through things and trying to plan, it's good for me to have a template. So going off of asking you the question of what the process is moving forward. I largely looked at the surrounding communities when I put this together, mostly Spearfish and I think Belle Fourche. I haven't had too much time to look at Mitchell, which is was recently brought to my attention as well. But again, like Kevin also mentioned, to me, what's important is this is no knock on any of us here, but we're all part-time at this and all have most of us have full-time jobs and everything too, and want to make sure that we are being effective and delegating administrative functions that are appropriate and talking through that as a council to have it align with going hand in hand with what we're rewriting for Title VII as well. So when I put this together, largely was looking at Spearfish and Belle Fourche and created it as a template for us to look at and move forward with, not saying this is the be-all and end-all of what the city administrator job position should look like.
Sure, but once we have something, like you said, having that template, it's easy to pull things or add things or change things, and so it makes it a lot easier. So thank you for preparing that. Did anyone have anything that they felt strongly about as far as city administrator job descriptions, their duties?
I guess the one thing I wanted to see is staff still having being able to talk to us, the council, if they want to. Not anything be through one person, if that's possible.
I think under the city manager, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Marshall, I believe it was state law even that, or was it just state law that council couldn't direct any staff? But I don't know that they couldn't talk to the city manager, but.
May I, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
The statute that you're referring to is explicit about direction. It permits communication. It permits smaller tasks. So.
Okay. Thank you.
To add to that, Mitchell's ordinance 162, chapter 162, covers just what Councilor Jones indicated, but it also indicates directly that department heads shall be directly accountable to the mayor. No single council person or group of council persons shall have authority to direct actions of department heads, but they can still have communications with them. So I think that aligns with what the Attorney Marshall has indicated.
And you said that's in Mitchell's ordinance?
It's in Mitchell's ordinance. And,
Gotcha. Well, it doesn't look like we have to recreate the wheel, like has been mentioned. There's some good ordinances out there and some good job descriptions, so it's just a matter of us just making sure that we have the pieces that we feel are important for us. Even though other people have some good ones, we're a very different community, so we have to make sure that we have what's right for us and not just wholly copy someone else's, if you will. So, did the public have any questions or comments on city administrator job duties, job description? Come on up.
It isn't that specifically, it's the process of arriving at that, and you're on the right track, and Mike is certainly on the right track. When the public voted for this, the public needs to participate in this, but it's not enough to just say, oh, well, we need to include public. You're gonna have to have a plan for including the public. How are you going to garner that input? And as I recall from our conversations, Angela, and when you made your statement when we were making the mayoral decision, and if I leap out of this chair, it's because I've got a hamstring cramp. You've had a number of leadership training courses. I would ask that you take a look at that, and what were your favorite ways? What were the methods that rang with you on developing consensus and bringing people into involvement? I think we need to really be specific about using some of those processes that are tried and true and out there and available, ways of getting the word out, ways of getting people in and involved. And just because you involve people does not mean you are committed to their word and last say. It's a way of getting ways of thinking together and ideas together, and there are any number of ways of doing that. We've used some of them in the city before, but I would say sit down and be very specific about, I think this process would work well with these people. I think this process might work better with this group of people, and tap the entities in this community who have interests and concerns and voices, and especially loud voices, because you really need to co-opt people, not just go through the steps of including so you can say they were included. People really need to come out of this feeling like they were heard, they had some input and they were heard. And being heard does not mean, oh yes, we took your idea and see it's right there on the paper. That's not being heard. Being heard and understood and incorporating that, working that into the design is really important. So I'd ask you to do that, to have a plan. You know, you need to take a meta approach. You have to have a plan for how you're going to develop this plan.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Extra points for how many times I've limped up there.
You get extra points today. All right. Got another comment?
Well, I guess to build off of what Bonnie's asking, and instead of, so that we know what's happening, what the next step is. And I don't know the feasibility of it, but I would love for us to be able to have at the next meeting some sort of foundational piece to build off of, to continue the discussion, potentially start taking action on.
Yeah, I definitely think a template, like you're saying, is important. It's very hard for a lot of people to visualize something. So,
And knowing if that will happen at the next meeting, then people can plan to be here and be able to give input as well.
Sure. Yeah, I think by the next meeting we would definitely have something put together, some kind of template that we can work off of. And in the meantime, be reaching out to people. Well, that was a start, I guess, of our discussions on the Title VII and City Administrator job description. Oh, you got another?
Can I just yell out one question?
Okay, I'll give you this one.
You can be together without it being a violation of public meeting.
Only 4. So 4 can be together.
That's generous, because then you can do work sessions with people in which your council members can team and work the process.
Yep, for sure. And that's why most of our committees that we would have, there'll be 4 council people on it. And then actually, since I'm not technically an alderman anymore, I could be part of it. So it could be 4 aldermen and me.
Is it still 4, being there's only 7 of us?
Because our city has a total of 8 aldermen in its form of government. Am I correct, Mr. Marshall?
It requires 4 aldermen currently. When there are 8 sitting aldermen, it requires 5.
So
To be a
4
quorum.
would be a quorum.
4 would be a
So we
quorum.
could only
Oh.
have 3.
It would be. Okay. Okay, I thought it went by our, sorry for that. I thought it went by what our form of government had for what our quorum was. But,
It does, but it is current alderman, not
Okay.
authorized
Okay.
alderman. So.
well, thank you. I misspoke.
I would encourage all the council people to reassess the last 2.5 minutes of conversation here. Because it's going to be life-changing for this council. Go to Facebook and just listen to the last 5 minutes of this conversation.
All right. Well, I guess we can close out this discussion unless anyone else has any other questions, comments, anything to add at this stage. Otherwise, we will get our attorneys working on something so we can have something in front of us for the next meeting. And hopefully before that we can start looking at. All right, I guess that brings us down to executive session, which we do have a need for. There is no anticipated action after executive session. So with that, is there a motion to go into exec?
So moved.
Will it be a long
That's,
one?
will probably be a little bit, Mike, yes. So it's a first by Nick and a second by Tony to go into exec. All those in favor, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Those opposed with a no. All right, we will go start exec at 8:38. Out of exec. All right, we are back in our regular session, and our last item is to adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
That's a first by Nick and a second by Tony. All those in favor, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Those opposed with a no? Okay, we are adjourned at 10:31.